What's up, guys? Hmm. That's not how that works, Danimal. That's, that has nothing to do with my hat. Uh, it was off to a fucking boring start. I got halfway through the first chapter of Options as a Strategic Investment and realized how capital efficient buying deep in the money options can be. Yeah, it's pretty dope. Hmm. Damn, 3M's rocketing. Nice. What do you think now? It's pretty cool. I own all my 3M back at like $80, so it can just keep doing that if it would like to. Deep in the money options are basically shares, so lame. They're more capital efficient than shares. Shares are for geriatrics. All right. Wait, I thought you owned multiple homes now. You're a boomer. Oh, okay. So you don't own two homes yet. Have you tried negotiating they can have your house and you get theirs? They do not want my current house, but you asked. That's correct, Jason. There may be some value in downgrading house swap. Yeah, cheaper taxes. Hmm. When UVXY calls, I don't know, what's cheaper? Why are you getting annoyed at the mortgage broker? I stepped away for a MTG during the pump and didn't have any stops. Make the market go back up, please. I didn't know you were dating Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's a fucking weird trauma response, Rims and Tims. I'm not trying to steal your girlfriends, man. You don't have to make them as undesirable as possible. He drives a Volvo. They're looking. How many do I have? One. Who has that seems like a lot of work. More than yeah, oh my god. Are we gonna go through this again? Yes. Girlfriend, pink hat, glowing, bingo. This in no way has validated your thesis, Danimal. How to know when to secure gains? Just set fixed take profit levels and fixed stops. Have a. It's the easiest way to do it. What if my fixed take profit levels are 300%? Well, then you're gonna blow up at some point. Congrats on the totally normal life situation. Thanks, Potato Tom. Holy shit. What are you doing in chat, dork? What the fuck is that? God, today sucks. Dork, I'm so proud of you. I'm trading rare earths. Nuke convinced me by saying it existed. You know, like, yeah, don't be like me and set your profit level when you're 90% down and it's expiring the same day. Definitely not how you make money. Yep, that's not a good way to do it. It's a way. I mean, it's better than 100% losses. Does the options chain support a larger move to the upside? Yeah, if bulls can get it out above 50 and hold on to it, then 50 would turn supportive, giving room to push out higher. However, quite hard to get up there right now. I think the volatility structure for today kind of supported this sort of, up down price action. Expiration also. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it's pretty easy for us to push out to 60, or at least should be. Bulls just need to lever up more. Which I guess they're having a bit of a problem with the profit taking. Calls are sold pretty heavily to the upside. Not a lot of sold puts beneath us. Yeah, there's been a lot of hesitance yesterday and today to just sell puts, which still makes a lot of the price action look like retail driven. Calm down, Humperdinck. I posted a link for it in the Pickles Picks chat. Oh, Jesus Christ. Why not sell the 3, buy the 2? It's not free. Hmm. How many times have you watched K-pop Demon Hunter? 0. Should I buy Rare Earth? Who's offering to sell it to you? Trump hosts a lunch at the White House Rose Garden. Is he having lunch with the demolition guys? No, what's labeled as retail flows is actually like a wide range of things. It's usually kind of like a filter applied to overall order flow that filters out like customer tagged options, things in small size, single legged or short dated options, things bought disadvantageously in the spread, ETFs, um, TRF, odd lot stuff. Hmm, trying to think of what else. Anything under like 100,000. Block trades are always assumed to be institutional. If you're getting the information from banks, it might be their like actual brokerage arm. But it's just a way of sorting public order flow, basically. That's not how GS works, Kendra. That's not a broker. No, anything questionable is labeled retail, pretty much, yeah. Pray for me. Oh shit. I love it. No problem. But in reality, retail flow can represent like pod shops, small offices, actual retail traders. It can represent part of like dynamic hedging flows that are more precise, or at least not noted by wholesalers. And so like, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's a super specific definition. So generally, when institutions are taking in all that data, they've got to account for um, all of the outliers, and we usually account for all of the outliers. Things that aren't institutional or hedge funds as being retail. What are your thoughts on entering gold here? Like a 4% pullback today. I don't know. Maybe on a retest at 4,000, I'd give it a shot. I don't know how much longer the decision out of Japan yesterday is going to push the dollar up, but it like depending on the BOJ and their approach to fiscal policy, they could buoy the dollar for a little while, or monetary policy, sorry, and the new PM's approach to fiscal policy, that could buoy the dollar for a little while. What's your preferred gold trade vehicle? Futures. GLD is fine too. So the institutional hedgy guys trading on their spouses' accounts. That too. You've got as much support as I can give you for your terrible decision, Dork. I do love your risk profile though. It's QQQ topping out. Hmm. Might be getting close. Hold on, let me look. Hmm. Not yet. No, but it's. mm, No, it's got a little bit more room it can move up. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, although not great. I guess it's getting a bit more bought. Grindy to the upside from here, and fairly easy to slip back into negative gamma still. It's only got like a couple dollars padding before it falls back below gamma neutral. Hmm. Rough. We'll have to gap to the upside at 47. There's two gaps to the downside. 39 and 30. Yeah, it looks like if they can get QQQ up and get some positive gamma under it, then it's got room to move. But otherwise, it's currently in a very slippery spot. Why would Australian rare earth stocks be bullish? No one can refine the shit. Beyond is not the new GLD. Although they did have some good news, I think. They like secured a deal with Walmart and shaved off a bunch of debt, and their CEO bought like 4 million shares or some shit. It doesn't matter if they go online with funding. It takes years to build out the infrastructure. Are there any Walmart shoppers that buy Beyond Meat? No, probably not. I haven't shopped at Walmart since I was actually poor. That's the only place to buy over-the-counter drugs now. Rite Aid's gone, and CVS sucks. I guess Target. You guys, regular people shop at Walmart. Mm, depends where you live. Walgreens also sucks. Mm, wow, this is boring. Um, there's bought puts at 50, but some calls got bought back at 50 and 55. Pretty much everything to the upside sold calls, with the largest pile of them being at 60. Looks like the upside range for the day is about 65, 70. Costco's dope. Something mining companies. I don't really like the idea of speculating on rare earth miners or potential refiners. I'll wait till we start to see government subsidization of infrastructure build out, and then maybe they'd be worth buying. Over-the-counter drugs at Costco. They have some stuff, but not everything. I can only get most of my allergy medications there.
What's put their pickle in my jar? Just closed out some of your stock picks for a profit BTU included and wanted to say thanks. Hopefully this is enough for a coffee in NYC. 50.
Huh. I got a signed up BTU and it was fucking glorious. Just closed out some stock picks for a profit, BTU included, and I wanted to say thanks. Hopefully, this is enough for a coffee in New York City. Thank you so much, B Watts. I appreciate it. Congratulations. If you had 500K to invest right now, where would you allocate it? I might look for some like consumer non-durables with decent yields, probably pick up some short-dated treasuries, and then I don't know, maybe a little bit into like emerging market bonds and some like foreign currencies. Maybe like a Asia Pacific, Euro, South American mix. Off the top of my head. This is 50 bucks. The AUD isn't that weak. And this isn't to buy coffee with gold sprinkled on top. Well, that's what I'm getting now. I'm gonna clog my bile ducts with gold flake. What about full port mag 7? Nope, I wouldn't do it. Some dude bought 250,000 in nickels the other day. But like the coin? It didn't buy a Polestar. Jesus Christ. Trump's being treated for mesothelioma after bulldozing the east wing of the White House without finding out if there was asbestos in it first. If you or a loved one has been diagnosed with mesothelioma, you may be entitled to financial compensation. It's going to be classic Trump if he stiffs the contractors and deports them. Yeah. No, this is the first time he's ever been able to deport the contractors. Previously, he just had to get money from the Russian mob to pay them off before they broke his legs. I wonder if Trump's the Fredo of the Trump family. And his brother was the Michael, but he died. I got a car. I've had that same. This sucks. Is Trump talking today? Trump's live from the Rose Garden now? That's exciting. J.D. Vance is also holding a press conference in Israel.
First to George Washington and Abraham Lincoln, and I got extremely angry at this man. You know, you can't do. It's gonna be tough to beat, Mr. Senator. It's gonna be, John. It's gonna be very tough to beat Washington and Lincoln, but we're gonna give it a try, right? Hey, they didn't put out 8 wars, 9 coming. All right, we put out 8 wars, and the 9th is coming. Believe it or not.
No, they started a war to get rid of people like you.
So I just want to say it's great to be with you. And when we're finished later on, we're gonna have a little quick lunch, and they do great food at the White House. And this is used sometimes for evening, where we've had some incredible people for the evening, and some of the big foreign leaders have been coming. And most excitingly, on the other side, you see the fence and the wall. We're building a world-class ballroom. You know, for 150 years, they've wanted a ballroom here. We don't have a ballroom. We have a little cocktail area, but we don't have a ballroom. The East Room, it's called, is a very small cocktail area. It holds about 88 people if it's tight. And I said, if I do this again, I'm going to get a ballroom built, and we're putting up our own money with the government is paying for nothing. You probably hear the beautiful sound of construction to the back. You hear that sound? Oh, that's music to my ears. I love that sound. Other people don't like it. I love it, Josh. I think when I hear that sound, it reminds me of money. In this case, it reminds me of lack of money because I'm paying for it, so it's the opposite. But it's going to be one of the most beautiful ballrooms anywhere in the world, and it's going to be able to take care of tremendous things. When you have, as an example, I'm going to see President...
Who is they, which wanted this ballroom for 150 years?
South Korea,
Yeah, no one. The White House didn't have a ballroom because it's not a fucking court.
57% tariff.
Because we don't have any fucking royalty.
And we're doing very well. I think we're going to do well in that negotiation. We've
Shocker.
with
I know.
Japan, with South Korea, with Europe. The European nations got together. We made a deal. And it was all based without the tariffs. You could have never made the deal. I'll tell you what, tariffs equal national security. Remember that. Tariffs equal national security. You got to remember that. And they also equal wealth for our nation, because we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars in a very friendly manner, given to us by nations that used to take it from us. And they used tariffs.
Trump likes
us.
big balls.
We used it on them because we were foolish. Or we were led by people that weren't business people. But it really does. It equals national security. And I wouldn't have put out, I mentioned 8 wars, 9 coming. Of the 8, 5 were based solely on trade and tariffs. India, Pakistan were going at it. 2 nuclear powers, and serious nuclear. 7 planes shot down. They were ready to go, and I called them up. I said, you go to war, and we're not doing a trade deal. And they said, well, what does one thing have to do with the other? I said, it has a lot. Your nuclear powers, and if you do it...
I want to say the only thing that Pakistan and India have ever agreed on is that none of this happened.
We stopped the war. We stopped the potential disaster, a nuclear disaster, because of trade. And it's been really amazing, but the tariffs have made us a wealthy country. They've given us tremendous defense. They've given us things that we can do for other countries, very positive. But again, really, it's national security, it's national defense, and they are so important, and it's incredible that presidents, for the most part, didn't...
Why is he like this, man? It's probably like a combination of a small penis ratio relative to body size, a desire to impress his daddy, and being a Nepo baby.
From Canada. If I was Canada, I'd take that same ad also. But they're actually on television taking ads. But I do believe that everybody's too smart for that. We have a very, very big and important case coming up. We should win the case based on the legal merit. We should also win the case based on all of the things I just said. But we're a wealthy country again. Last week,
Don't forget dementia. I felt like that was self-explanatory.
Sir, we found $31 billion. They said, we don't know why. I said, was this a good find or a bad find? It was a good find. It was a plus 31. We're used to finding negative 31s, right, for the last 30 years. I said, check the tariff shelf. Well, those tariffs haven't kicked in. Yes, they did. They kicked in 2 months ago. Check it. He comes back 2 hours later. Sir, you were right. We have an additional $31 billion, billion, not million, Lindsay, billion, that we just found from tariffs. They kicked in earlier than we thought. You were right. We're a wealthy nation again, and we're a nation that can be secure. We're a nation that can start paying down our debt. And with tariffs, we're the wealthiest nation ever in the history of the world. Without them, we've got to slog. We've got to slog. But remember this, other nations, including China, Japan, European nations, they used tariffs against us for many years. That's why we owe $37 trillion. That's why. But they used tariffs very successfully against us, and we had presidents that never fought it. But now you have a president that does fight it. So I just want to welcome you to the incredible Rose Garden. It's just an incredible place. It was done, we did it, brought it back to health. It was in very bad shape, actually, and we brought it back to health. First Lady Melania did a fantastic job on it. The surrounds and everything, it's all brand new wiring. You know, underneath there's a lot of wire, a lot of things. Everything brand new, everything beautiful. The only thing we did is we had to get a hard surface here because nobody could use it because of the grass. So I just want to welcome you, and I hope you're going to be here a lot. We're going to use it for meetings. We're going to use it for press conferences. Now we can use it. It was unusable before, and now we can use it. But everything that you see was redone. All of this was redone, and the whole White House is being redone. Some of you came through they call the Rose Hall. They call it different names, but you probably noticed, I don't know if you came through this door, did you notice the white marble floor that was put there? That was made out of Home Depot tiles, about 1 foot by 1 foot. They were all broken, about 30 years old. And I replaced it with book-matched marble, paid for by your friend, President Trump. It's like, it's amazing how people like it when you say you paid for it. When I say I paid for it, they say, oh, I love it. But it really, they did a beautiful job. They're great talents. They're very talented marble people I have. And they replaced it with beautiful paradisial marble and statuary marble. And it's really, really beautiful. I want to thank the outstanding leadership team, and you really do have that. Majority Leader John Thune, who's been my friend, he really, really has done an amazing job. Thank you, John. Thank you. Done an amazing job. I didn't get to know John as well in the first term, and I've gotten to know him very well over the last 9 months, John, and you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Really great. Majority Whip John Barrasso was outstanding man. Thank you, John. Thank you. Great guy, too. Conference Chair Tom Cotton. He loves that military. He loves the he loves the military. Policy Committee Chair Shelley Moore Capito. Shelley, thank you very much, Shelley. Vice Chair James Langford. Very good, James, thank you. And you know, we have everybody but one person here. You know, everybody showed up. I figured you'd have like, I'd say 40 would have been a good number, right? If everybody, we're just missing one person. You'll never guess who that is. Let me give you, he automatically votes no on everything. He thinks it's good politics. It's really not good politics. He's an automatic no. But I don't know. Look, if he wanted to come, I'd probably let him come, right? I'd let him come. Begrudgingly, but would let him come. And National Republican Senatorial Committee Chair, an unbelievable guy, Tim Scott. You know, Tim, I shouldn't say it because it's so, I don't know if it's going to be. But Tim ran, and he was very effective and very good, but he was on the debate stage and everything else, he was good just because he's good. But he wasn't as good as they thought he was. And when he got out of the race, he endorsed me almost immediately. And I used him as a surrogate, and I wasn't sure if I should because, you know, sometimes I want a total lunatic to get up and fight for me. And Tim is a really good person. So I wasn't sure, and I put him on the stage, and he ripped the heart out of everybody. He was so brutal. He was so unbelievable. It turned out to be absolutely one of my best surrogates, and it includes a lot of you people that were here. You were all surrogates. But Tim ripped these people apart. And after watching 2 or 3 times, then I wanted him all the time, right, Susie? I said, I want Tim Scott, get up there. But he was so good, and I said to him, Tim, when you fought for yourself, you were much different. When you fought for me, you were a tiger. You were like unstoppable. You were, really was. You all saw that. What's the difference? He said, I've never liked selling myself. And I love selling somebody that I really do believe in. I really believe in you. And I just felt that way. And it was so nice the way he expressed it. And I want to tell you, you are a champion. You are a winner, and congratulations. Thank you very much. I never love telling that story because I'm not sure if it's a good or a bad story, but I'm telling you, you are an amazing guy, and you fought for me so hard, and I really appreciate it. You got to be my #1 choice, Tim. So something happened. I appreciate it. And you're doing great doing what you're doing right now. I also want to thank the entire Senate Republican Conference for your tremendous work on confirmations. Boy, did we have a couple of weeks, huh? We had some...
Google's getting hit a bit today.
50 of them, and I didn't use an auto pen, by the way. You know, when you're signing these important, like a general getting...
You guys think it's normal for G-Sibs to be swinging 2 to 3% a day?
And, you know, big stuff. You really have an obligation to actually sign it, I think. You probably noticed right there, number 46, we put up, right? We put up a little bit of an auto pen. We have 46, we have 45, we have 47. It's very interesting. You have 46 as an auto pen. It's up there. It stays up there. People like it. It's probably going to stay up there for a long time. And I know you're looking into that. And by the way, the auto pen person said he never spoke to Biden. He worked the auto pen. You're not allowed to do that. So if you're looking at anything, just remember it. And remember, they treated us very badly. They treated us very, very badly. So I think...
Yeah, I know. OpenAI search engine.
Report the truth, including the confirming of my cabinet much faster than first time. I mean, we went so fast, and I give John Thune and all of you credit for that. It was amazing. All of a sudden, I was calling John, I've got to get him approved. Come on, John, because I was getting like one every 2 weeks. And you know, people, they left their job, and they left everything, and it looked like they were... All of a sudden, it was like an avalanche. They walked in, James and James, my double James, I call them. They walk in, and they had like so many of them. I said, you got to be kidding. Is this like, are you for real, right, James? John Thune did his job, and you got them all done, and you have all those people out there working now, and instead of being very upset with the fact that we couldn't get them approved quickly. So I really appreciate it. You used a method that I wish you could use on U.S. attorneys. You know, I have 10 U.S. attorneys who are phenomenal. A Harvard, a Yale, a this, a that, all top. And the problem is they're not going to ever be confirmed, I guess. I put them in. They'll be there for 3 or 4 months, whatever, and then they have to leave. Because anytime you have, as you know, anytime you have a Democrat senator, not even 2, just 1, they'll say because of the time we're in, we're not approving that person. We're not approving. They never do. They won't approve. And therefore, because of blue slip, I have to tell the person after 3 months, I'm sorry, you'll have to leave. And I put somebody else in. And I've had Democrat senators say the only one we'll ever approve is a Democrat. This is not constitutional. And you really, I hope you can look at that blue slip thing. Because I have 10 people that are phenomenal, and they're going to have to leave office. Highly educated, top of their class, everything. And they're going to have a mark on their career that they were a U.S. attorney for 3 months or 4 months, and then they had to leave. And that's so unfair. It's unfair to the public, because the public voted for me in a landslide, and I'm supposed to be picking the U.S. attorneys. And this goes for judges also. But actually more so even for the U.S. attorney with the blue slip. So I have these phenomenal people, many of them young, but truly fantastic people, and they're wondering what's going to happen in another 3, 4, 5 weeks. They're going to have to leave office. I think it's a shame, and I hope you can do something about it, because I'd like to tell those people, you know, we put you there, and you're not going to have on your resume for the rest of your life, you were there for 4 weeks or 6 weeks, and you left like you got canned. So I hope you look at that. Very important. And after your pivotal changes to the Senate rules last month, as a result, this is what you did, the unprecedented obstruction by the Democrats. We've confirmed more than 175 public servants, people that are phenomenal, to keep posts. And that's just been over the last couple of weeks. It's an unbelievable thing what you've done, John, all of you together. So working closely with me and House majority, the Republican Senate also gave us the largest working class tax cut in American history. And you passed the Lincoln-Riley Act to throw illegal alien criminals out of our country. You passed the Genius Act and the Take It Down Act with the support of our wonderful First Lady. She got, by the way, she got actual support from the other side. It was bipartisan. I think Rand didn't vote for it again. I think it was only Rand. We get bipartisan support other than maybe Rand. But another one I'm going to ask you to vote for, and it's in the House now, and I hear it's doing well in the House, James. It's case law. A young lady named Kate Steinle, I remember it so well, probably 8 or 10 years ago now in San Francisco. She was holding hands with her father on the San Francisco pier, looking out into the water. It's beautiful, everything was beautiful, but the person wasn't beautiful that did this. And this was an illegal alien that came into our country 5 times, was thrown out 4 or 5 times, I don't even know, but a lot.
No, we got CPI on Friday.
Through the head. And she went down and she looked at her father, Daddy, something happened, and she immediately passed away in his arm. And I mean, you can imagine. It was so sad, such a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful person. Father was destroyed, you know, virtually destroyed. And they passed they wanted to pass what they call case law, and it's
Make sure you guys like the stream.
in Congress, and I hear we're going to get it passed in Congress, and when it gets up to the Senate, I hope you guys can pass it. And basically, very simply, it says that if you're an illegal alien and you come in and you get thrown out, if you come back and get caught, you have to spend 10 years in jail. Very simple. Very simple. If they would have had that, Kate Steinle would be alive today. That was a big event at the time. If you remember, Bill O'Reilly.
What the fuck is he going on about?
Bill. I think I like Bill, but he was the one. He devoted his life to that law, trying to get it passed. I think it's time that we pass it, so that if you get taken out of the country and you come back illegally,
Coleslaw?
that this law is in existence.
Buttered sausage?
Jail for a 10-year period, and it's going to keep the repeat offenders from coming in. It's going to really keep them from coming in. Senate Republicans have already voted 11 times to get our government back and open for business. We have record business. We're going to be, I think, by the time I hit month number 12, I think we're going to have $20 trillion of investment. We're over 17 right now. As an example, President Biden had less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We're going to have $20 trillion in less than 12 months, and we're over 17 trillion right now. So it's the largest amount in our country by far, by many times. That's in our country. But here's the one. It's the largest amount in the history of the world. There's never been a country that's had anywhere.
Let's talk about your cable ace award.
Let's talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face. What about buttered sausage?
They used to just send it in here, and there was no charge, absolutely. Now, if they have to pay a 20%, 30%, 50%, 100%, or 2% tariff, they say, well, it's better if I build my plant in the United States. It always amazed me. I did this first term. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country in first term. We had COVID, and we did a good job with that. That was That was a curse for every country in the world. It was terrible. But we had the greatest economy we ever had. But
Indistinguishable.
started the tariffs, but I held it off because
I'm seeing
we
two
were
Trump
exactly as
speeches.
good at the
This is a
time as
glitch.
France. You know what they were going through. You know what Spain was going through and Italy was going through. That, by the way, we're going to charge you tariffs. But I had started the process. We were going. The country was doing good. And I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. I put the full tariffs on China. Biden left the tariffs because he couldn't, it was too much money, but they gave so many exceptions that they were essentially meaningless. In other words, here's the tariffs, but you don't have to pay if you look at somebody the wrong way. You don't have to pay, so they didn't pay very much. But with me, they were paying hundreds of millions of dollars. And again, I have a great relationship with President Xi. I expect to be able to make a good deal with him, and I want him to make a good deal for China, but it's got to be fair. For years, they were making $500, $600, $700.
I forgot to mention my child's tooth came out. I just had to play your podcast on 0.25x speed for soothing effects. Nice.
We built China's military with the money that we lost for so many years getting ripped off. So now we're going to have a fair deal, and I think we're going to have a very successful meeting. Certainly there are a lot of people that are waiting for it. Maybe it won't happen. Maybe it won't happen. Things can happen where, for instance, maybe somebody will say, I don't want to meet, it's too nasty. But it's really not nasty, it's just business, and we're gonna do a good job representing
Things just got really bearish really fast.
the people of our country. Unfortunately, in a craven and pointless act of partisan spite,
Is he announcing Liberation Day 2.0 tariffs here? 3.0. This is Liberation Day 3.0. He promises no taco this time.
They're extreme, and you know what? We had a landslide election. We won the popular vote by a lot. We won the swing states, all 7. Remember, they said, "Oh, if Trump could get 3 swing states, he'd be." And well,
Let's talk about your cable ace award.
Let's
in
talk about buttered
1987.
sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does, why is it doing what it's doing. Get it out of my face.
It's very
What
hard
about
for
buttered
Republican. It's hard
buttered
for a Republican.
sausage?
Although now I think we've swapped it. I think it's now harder for a Democrat, because if you see what we've done with the Hispanics, with the black workers and black men, and recently a poll came out with black men and women were doing so well. You know, they want security. They don't want to have their city destroyed. Women in Chicago, beautiful black women walking around with red MAGA hats because they don't want to be mugged and shot and everything else. And then you see a Democrat get up and tell you how safe it is in Chicago. You know, they've had, in a fairly short period of time, 4,000 murders. This is over a short period of time. 4,000 murders. And they had a holiday where they had 28 people killed and almost 100 shot. And then you listen to this guy, Pritzker. I've known the family for a long time. They threw him out because he was no good. And he became governor. He's got money through the family. He got money through the family. But they threw him out. He became governor. I said, I wonder how he's going to do. It's a crime palace. It's a shame. And you know what we did in D.C. is unbelievable. You people, you can walk down the middle of the street, Mr. Senator. You can walk down. You can have your wife meet you at the restaurant, and she's not going to be accosted.
Oh God, it's happening, Gherkin. The short put is green. I'm so
One of
fucked.
the worst in the country, and now it's stone cold. I don't say the word perfect, but it's pretty damn close. And you know, they would average more than a murder a week in Washington, D.C. This is just before we got here, a murder a week. Think of that. The capital of, in my opinion, the capital of the world. They come from Iowa, they come from Indiana, they come from Florida. You call up the parents, I'm sorry, sir, your son has been shot and killed. We have no crime here now. We have no crime. And the National Guard has been unbelievable, the job. Unbelievable. And you know, it also looks better. I do a tour, I hop in that beast. I feel very safe in the beast. The windows are this thick. But I hop in the beast and I tell the Secret Service, let's drive around town. I used to do that myself. I could drive myself around. I actually like that better. But but now I don't think it's a good idea. But
Because of the dementia?
The place is looking much. The grass is good. The fences are down. There's no tents. There's no anything. We are looking like it's just a whole new look. And the most important thing, there's no crime. And we're going to fix the roads. We have great pavers. We're going to fix the medians in between the roads, which are half of them are falling down. We're going to take some of the tiles off the bridges, the tunnels that you have. They've been up for 40 years. They're rotted. And we'll put up brand new, gorgeous white tiles like it's supposed to be. But this place is looking really good, and we haven't even started the real fixing up of the town. We're getting rid of the graffiti. You notice there's almost no graffiti anymore. A lot of that beautiful statuary marble and red graffiti all over it had bad signs up, and it stopped. We've taken out 1,700 career criminals and people that came in through an open border. They came in through Biden's open border, and we've taken them out. The thing having to do with all of the elements in the great, big, beautiful bill, I'll tell you, it's amazing what we've done. $200 billion in costs for medical. Well, we've done $50 billion for rural hospitals. And remember, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on... Think of all of these things that we've done. This is the biggest, this is the greatest bill. Social Security, no tax on overtime, but no tax on tips. I got that from a waitress in Nevada. I was making a speech, and I'm at one of my restaurants in the hotel I own there. I say, how are you doing? Well, sir, it's terrible. They're taxing my tips. They're going, I wouldn't have even thought that. And I looked at it, and she said to me, sir, there should be no tax on tips. I said, say it one time more. No tax on tips. I walked outside to the press. I said, there will be no tax on tips. She was right. And we won that state by a lot. That's not a state that we win by that much, David, but we won it by a lot. So it was pretty good. But that bill is chock full of so many different things. So it was the biggest bill. I'm actually saying this to the fake news so that they maybe print it, but maybe not, because you people know. It was the biggest bill ever passed in Congress. And what we did was a little risky. We put everything into the bill, John, right? And some people were against it. They said, no, you got to do small bites. And we gave it a shot, and we got it passed. I got a call from John. He said, it was 3 o'clock in the morning. Sir, we have 4 hard no's. Could you please call him? I said, what time is it, John? It's 4 o'clock in the morning, sir. So I call up. One of you is sitting right here. I said, Jim, could I say hello to you? It's 4 o'clock in the morning, right? He said, sir, you have my vote. I said, wow. Then I called up another person. I'll use fictitious names. Doug, could I get your vote? You've got it, sir. Then I called up another one. How about Josh? Can I have your vote, Josh? Because I like Josh. And Josh, who can be very difficult, said, sir, you have my vote. His wife was screaming at him on the other side. Sir, you have my vote. But I called people, and they weren't really hard-nosed. They wanted a little attention, unfortunately, at 4 in the morning. Sometimes I like the ones that don't like the attention, but we'll take it any way we can. And we got it passed, right, John? And nobody thought that could happen, because you have a small majority. And in the House, how about in the House, we had a majority of 3. We actually went down after that for a period of about 2 months.
It did change positioning.
In the House of 1. And I kept saying, you know, because I'll tell you, Mike Johnson's the team, these 2 teams. Did you ever see 2 people more different?
With tears in her eyes, she showed me her pay stub, and there was no tax on her tips.
They are very different people, but they're the same in terms of talent. They did it, the 2 guys, and they get along incredibly well. We all do. We get along great. But we passed a bill. We don't need to pass any more bills. We got everything in that bill. There's nothing else we have to put. We got the largest tax cuts in history. We got the extension of the Trump tax cuts. We got all of these things. And, you know, remember, they lie. They will look at I saw it the other day, they were talking about, I call it the great, big, beautiful bill, but that's what it is, the great, big, beautiful, the biggest bill ever passed. And what they say, they make up stories. And I saw they were interviewing a senator, and they said, well, what's wrong with their bill? He didn't know what to say. because there's nothing he can say. It covers everything. He said, death, death. It brings death. Now, if I'm a regular person and I hear that, I say, oh, that's terrible. But it's just the opposite. It brings life. It brings Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security. It secures all those things. And they just are so bad. You know, they said death. It was like death. And there's nothing about death. Theirs is death. Because they're going to lose Medicaid. They're going to lose Social Security. They're going to lose Medicare. All of those things are going to be gone because the whole country would be bankrupt. And you're not going to have any kind of medical insurance. So with us, it's the opposite. And it's a great bill. We don't need any more. And I want to just say from the beginning, our message has been very simple. We will not be extorted on this crazy plot of theirs. They've never done this before. Nobody has. You always vote for an extension. Chuck Schumer and the Senate Democrats need to vote for the clean, bipartisan CR and reopen our government. It's got to be reopened right now. We're not doing that. They are the obstructionists. And the reason they're doing it is because we're doing so well. We're doing well all over the world. We're doing well with the close to $20 trillion that I just told you about. It will be that number, but even if you take it down to over 17, that's a guarantee. We're doing well with everything. Car plants are pouring back into our country. AI plants, we're leading, we're dominating China right now in AI. And I did something that I think you'd like, because we have an old grid. It's a tired grid. It doesn't have the juice that you need to fire up these plants. You know, these plants will need more than double the energy we have right now for the whole country. That's how big it is. And we can't do that. There's no way we can do that. China's building right now 52 power stations. But I did something better. I'm letting everybody build their own power plant. So they'll become like an electric utility in addition to AI. But if they want to build their own plant, and we get their approvals within less than a month, it used to take...
What the fuck is he saying? Nobody knows. I haven't been able to follow a single sentence for like 20 minutes now.
It took 12 years, and then they got rejected. I got it approved in 2 weeks when I got into office. That was the first term. And the plant is up now, and it's been a great thing for the state. I did it twice, actually. I got 2 of them that were dead after 12 years, and I got them approved, both of them in less than a week. And that's what we're doing. Lee Zeldin, by the way, is doing a phenomenal job, Environmental Commission, I have to tell you. He knows that we have to get them fast, and we're getting them fast. So we're leading China in the AI race by a lot. Under Biden, Democrats voted 13 times for continuing resolutions to keep the government open. And all we want is simply to ask them to do it once again. They always voted for it. They never voted against it. Nobody votes against it. But they do that, and they do. It's partially my fault. I mean, I'm watching you, and I'm looking at all these great faces that I've seen. Really great people. I think with few exceptions, a couple of you I don't like that much, but with few exceptions, great people. And you look at what they do, and you look at the game they play, and it's a horrible game. And, you know, we have the hottest country ever. This is the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I say this, I'm sure you've heard me say it, but I was over in the Middle East, and the King of Saudi Arabia and others also said essentially the same thing. They said, you know, President, a year and a half ago, your country was dead. We never thought we'd see this. And right now, you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. We do. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world, which tells you about leadership, and that includes your leadership. So as you know, my door is always open to anyone. It's not like that AOC, how about her, where she said, she's talking about having rebellions and everything. She said, well, my door is always open. But she's not the leader. I'm sure the leaders felt very nicely about when she said her door is open. Who the hell wants to go into her door anyway? She doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. She's the one that started. You know, I remember, I'll never forget, she never took a course on the environment. And I watched her one day, and she was on television, and said, yes, our planet will be dead within 12 years. That was a long time ago. Our planet was supposed to be dead. Remember the 12-year theory? We were environmentally dead. Now, these people, they've got an agenda that nobody quite understands. The good news is they don't understand it either. They really have no idea. But the people do. The people understand. We're giving you the biggest tax cuts in history. All of these things, it all adds up that we should do.
Is he talking about that movie 2012 with John Cusack?
Statistically, when you look, a president gets elected, and for some reason, and nobody, even the great John Thune, cannot explain to me, for some reason, even if he's a reasonably good president, and we've had success like nobody, but for some reason, you lose the midterms. I don't know why. I mean, the odds are tremendously against, like 92% or something. It doesn't make sense. If you have a great presidency, it only makes sense that you win the midterm. So there should be no reason for it. Somebody's going to explain there might be some dark, deep psychological reason where they want to vote the opposite way. I don't know what it is, but we have to win the midterms. Otherwise, all of the things that we've done, so many of them are going to be taken away by the radical left lunatics. I mean, we're going to end up with a communist mayor in New York. Can you believe it? A communist. Remember, I would always say, we will not have a socialist elected in our country. Remember, I'd say that all the time. And I was right. We skipped socialist. We got a communist elected. So I didn't tell a lie. I didn't tell a lie. I was right. We have a communist, not a socialist. But we've already seen the impacts of the dangerous game that they're playing. Democrats are causing delays in our air traffic control system. So important. We wouldn't have had, this Pete Buttigieg. He spent billions of dollars on fixing the air traffic control. They'd use copper wire going into glass wire. Any union electrician here or any non-union electrician would say you can't hook copper into glass. It doesn't work. They spent billions of dollars. They turned on the system, and it was stone cold blank. We're getting a brand new system. We have bids out now. We have 3 great companies bidding. And I want one bid. Sean Duffy's doing terrifically. I want one bid. I want just bid, and they're responsible for everything. Not where they had like 1,000 contractors. Every contractor, they're all running around. In the end, if one of them does a bad job, we want to be able to blame somebody, and it's going to be one of the very big companies because there's a lot of interest in it. So the air traffic control system is going to be rebuilt. Over 1 million federal workers right now, as you know, are going unpaid. That's the Democrats' fault. And children, tourists, unable to visit the museums in Washington, D.C., that we now have beautiful, safe streets, but we don't have the museums open. We should probably just open them. But we are doing things that nobody's ever done, nobody's ever seen. So all of this and the pain that the Democrats have caused during this reckless, completely unnecessary affair, and you can call it the Schumer shutdown or the Democrat shutdown, you can call it whatever you want. And I will say this, that we have Darth Vader. You know Darth Vader, right? Darth Vader is a man.
Is he talking? What the fuck, man?
Stand up.
Jesus Christ.
They call him Darth Vader. I call him a fine man. But he's cutting Democrat priorities, and they're never going to get him back. And they've caused us, and they've really allowed us to do it. And by the way, thank you. You're doing a great job, I have to tell you. So, really a great job. Because many of the things that they're cutting, like the New York project, $20 billion we're cutting it, they're not going to get it back. I mean, they're not going to get a lot of things back. They may not get it back. Maybe we'll talk to them about it. But they're losing all the things that they wanted. But many of the things that they wanted are things that we don't want. The things that are just so bad for our country. And we're cutting those things out. So while they thought they were doing maybe bad, maybe indirectly they're doing good. The cynical comment that they made all over the place, and all of their cynical remarks proves beyond all doubt that Schumer is a calculating political partisan, but we knew that. But he's somebody that's in deep trouble. He's losing in all of the polls. He's even losing to AOC +3. Remember +3? What happened to the +3? Are they still around? I had one, when I was at the United Nations, I met the president of Somalia. And I said, I have somebody I'd like to give back to you. He said, no thanks, we don't want her. He didn't want anything to do with her. But today I'm calling on every Senate Democrat to stop the madness, to let our country get back. In the greatest moment in the history of our country in terms of wealth, in terms of job creation, and in terms of investment coming in, these guys go on strike. It's really a shame. So I'm asking them to be smart. It's not working. They're getting killed in the polls. The public understands what they're doing. They're doing the wrong thing. And with that, I just want to say welcome to the White House. When we're finished, they do a great job. When they're finished, we're going to all come in. It'll be a little crowded, but that's okay. To the Oval Office, we'll talk a little bit, a couple of minutes. Got some interesting things. And I think I'd like to have, if I could, John, come up and say a few words, and we can close it out. And by the way, this is an open mic. It's open to the world. I think they can hear me out in the street. If anybody wants to come up and say after John, say we're all friends and you can speak your heart out. But we've got to get our government open, and the Democrats are trying to keep it closed. Thank you. John, please.
Well, Mr. President, thank you for having us. This is the fourth week.
No, he's got someone else up there now.
But we are all here today because your Republican team in the Senate is unified. We are. This is now the longest full shutdown in history, but everybody here has voted now 11 different times to open up the government, and we are going to keep voting to open up the government, and eventually the Democrats, hopefully sooner or later, are going to come around. But Mr. President, your agenda is the right one for this country. This is your team. We are your partners in achieving and implementing the agenda that you campaigned on and the American people voted for. And you just mentioned it has been a series of promises made and promises kept, whether it's national security, whether it's the border, whether it's the economy, taxes, regulations, energy, Trump newborn accounts, school choice. You look at what we've accomplished so far. It is a remarkable, remarkable team and a record of accomplishment that can't be matched. And I would argue, at least in my time here, but perhaps in all of history. So thank you for your leadership, and we will continue to be good partners and work with you to get the work done for the American people. And let's hope that the Democrats get wise and starting, perhaps even today, vote to reopen the government so we can get back to work for the American people. Mr. President, thank you for having us at your home. You have beautiful homes, and thank you for everything you're doing to make this such a beautiful place. This is America's house. We're delighted to be here. Thank you.
Okay, TV, we're done.
Lindsay, that open mic doesn't fly.
Hot mic. Yeah, that is bad karma. Although you could get some of that karma back by posting it on shitty food porn. Can you give us a positioning update? Sure. Has anything actually changed? There's some bot calls at 45. Sold puts at 50 and 40. Sold calls at 40 all the way up. But not a lot of them at 40 and 45. There doesn't appear to be any support at 35 or resistance. And then there's some more puts to the sold puts to the downside of 35. Yeah, so I guess locally 30 is a little bit of support. There's room to run out to 50 if bulls continue to push. It's not very exciting. Bullish on GME short term. Hmm. Not particularly. Maybe a couple weeks out or something. Did we bounce off sold puts at 30? Yep. Sorry, I was out of cheese. That's better. Wait, if it's chicken parmesan, it's already got cheese on it. You don't need to add extra cheese to your leftovers. But you don't like Ryan Cohen's statements yesterday as an investor? I thought he was, very honest. He lost shareholders a lot of money and he doesn't know what a CEO is. Which is the kind of thing you want to hear from your CEO, you know? The super stock looks like they're coping real hard. Forward guidance, it'll take decades. Uber was above your cost basis. Would you be basically full ported into CCs? Generally speaking, yeah. I usually wait till it goes up though, and then I just sell covered calls in or out the money. I have like $4 covered calls for November right now. I think. But yeah, gotta get the yield out of it. Volatility on it's still not terrible. I suppose we get the traditional move up into earnings on Fubo. Maybe. If I start to see IV shift, I'll consider maybe closing them. I'm out of the loop is beyond squeezing. They did like a debt deal and then signed a deal with Walmart, and then the CEO bought a bunch of shares. They diluted the fuck out of the stock in order to resolve some of their debt, but they did get a lot of their debt off their books. I still think they have the fundamental problem of, selling a product that nobody wants to buy for more money than it should cost. No, I had covered calls out that didn't get assigned. They were going to get assigned because we were above $4, but then they didn't. I don't have a lot left, but I still have some. I am far from out. Which is annoying because I was actively trying to get assigned when it went up to 450. You over Fubo? Oh no. I made my money off it. I kind of just don't care about it that much. It'll probably go up. Remember when you were actively trying to get assigned on Palantir when it was below $10? Yeah, I remember. I didn't get assigned though. I didn't get assigned on Palantir till it hit like $28, which was fine. Does Atomic even have any Fubo anymore? I thought he was out. Yeah, losing 20, things start to get very slippery. I don't think he does. Yeah, I don't think he does either. It was annoying because I was trying to make money and I made more money. Gherk. It's inconvenient when I want to do other things with my money and it's stuck somewhere I don't want it to be. I just tried your smash it egg breakfast sandwich tip. I don't think I left it long enough. I still managed to make a mess. Well, you have to flip it And then right when you flip it, you break the yolk, but just break it a little. And then you turn the heat off on the pan. And then like I don't know, like a minute, minute and a half. You want to maybe like 45 seconds. It depends on how hot your stove is. You want to get it off of there and then onto your sandwich. At which point when you bite into it, gooey. If it's like a cast iron, you can just turn the burner off after you flip it and break the yolk. I'm going as sexy Antifa for Halloween this year. Ooh, I was gonna go as like I was gonna get one of those bald caps and go as Stephen Miller, but wearing Kim Kardashian's penis dress. No, I wasn't indicating that it was a possibility. I mean, it's not impossible. It's just there's support at 30 that we got to push down through, which means squeezing out short puts. I 3D printed RFK's brainworm. Someone should go as like a giant bottle of Tylenol, and when you open the lid, a brainworm pops out. What's your cat going for us? My cat has been laying on this fucking box in my office for like 18 hours straight. What physical characteristics would you include in your costume to indicate that you were Stephen Miller? I got a copy of Mein Kampf you can carry around. No, I thought I would just like put a foreskin around my neck and then tie it over the top of my head with a little rubber band. I come back to the chat at the most amazing times. There's another streamer who got a lot of popularity from his pet sitting in its place for 18 hours. Only it was a dog, and he shocked it when it got up. Huh. I don't know who that is. You have to appear visibly aroused while saying xenophobic things. I think you can just breathe through your teeth. That's probably good enough. It doesn't have to be a perfect recreation. I still think that Andrew Momani fed his dog to death and then couldn't be on stream without it there. Kirk does that to me. Yeah, but you're a grown man, Dork. You can take your shot collar off whenever you want. Just because you choose not to. Holding the key to my electrified chastity belt. Have you gone over how to use GS to figure out where to sell CCs, like which date? Yep. Yeah, I have. It's in the roundtables like 17 times. How low can we go? Well, there's support at 30 and then 20. Under 20, things get bearish. It's like a little bit of skew to the downside, I guess. Have you reviewed Fuck you, popcorn. Have you reviewed how to log into Chemistrike on the documentation? Where's JFresh? Dork, go tell JFresh he needs to add how to log into the docs. I think we're forgetting about the left tail. One of these days, Potato Tom. Oh shit. Scientists that won the 2024 IG Nobel Prize for discovering that many mammals are capable of breathing through their anus have completed a successful first-in-human trial testing the safety and tolerability of enteral ventilation, a technique that gets oxygen-rich fluid pumped into the anus. Oh. And we thought calling someone a mouth breather was mean. New movie idea, Airbutt. Left tail is the nicest way I've ever been described. Wait, does this mean that gay men are more vascular? Or just anybody doing butt stuff? Um, always have been. Anybody remember the 1999 movie Wild Wild West? uh, Funny. Third best movie Will Smith ever made. Yeah. Yeah, with Will Smith. I'm not gay, but Jay first told me butt stuff was the only way to access GS documentation. Typical professor abusing their power. There's a lot of sold calls coming in at spot and below spot, which is interesting. Bears selling in the money calls? That seems odd. Hmm. Ooh, WBD going up for sale. Hmm. Hmm. Oh shit. 1 second. Dude, what are you doing? Come here. Fuck off. We have a kitty pick sections. What is that? Hawkish pause. I need the disclaimer that at the end of the stream, animal activity was monitored and no animals were harmed in the making of this financial stream. If you scratch my green screen, I'm gonna throw you out. Gross. He's licking his butt. All right. That's one fucking nice kitty right there. Is he big now? He's been fat as fuck for years. Injecting air. Cats are like libertarians, existing in a state of disdain and spite for the very system their lives depend on. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. All right. Wow. Hold on. Ah, get out of here. I didn't pick him up by his head. I picked him up under his little arms. Because she sold all the garbage at the bottom. Hmm. Nice, Derek. He boy cat. Huh. Resistance at 50. We get a little bit more sold puts at 40 and 30, but I'm not really seeing any bot calls coming in anywhere. So it seems like we're kind of just bouncing between the sold puts and the sold calls back and forth. Second. Um, I think I'm just gonna open some fucking like butterflies or something, I guess. I got some bot calls coming in at 50, some at 60. Not a lot of them. upward pressure on the dollar and profit taking. Hmm. We have in the money sold calls. Sure. Those are only squeezy if they close, though. So, yeah, it's not exactly all that bullish. 740. Delta falls off under 40. Gamma's only supportive at 40. Okay. Nice skier. Well done, man. Any thoughts on Netflix earnings? I don't see why they would do substantially worse. Probably in line with expectations. I think revenue estimates were up for this quarter, but EPS estimates were down. The MM's absolutely cleaning up on that 73% implied move. Yep. This is where we get a realized vol crush. We'll probably continue to have overpriced moves for a few days, too. How does that smoke screen us? Doesn't change anything. Yeah, selling calls below spot doesn't really smokescreen anything. It's just bearish. Give me a minute. Curious what kind of hedging strategy involves intentionally getting cash settled at a loss on 0 GTE options. Probably one where you sell a call and buy one. Yeah. Hmm. Bought calls at 45.50. Still sold calls to the downside of spot. I wonder if everyone's just boxing this. Some sloppy head and shoulders on the 15-minute. Not really. No. What strike are the sold calls at? Pretty much every strike down to 67.25 has sold calls on it. Yeah, you can look at Delta. Aside from generally being bullish, are there any implications for Abraham planning to buy back over 1/10 of their shares over the next 2 years? Options chain was looking pretty dry on it last week. That's because everyone's scared that the Russia-Ukraine thing's gonna reignite. Otherwise, it would be more bullish news for them. Yeah, I haven't really traded this at all either. Was thinking of maybe doing like a 45 or 35, 40 or 35 butterfly, but that doesn't even look all that attractive right now. I feel like the call selling below spot is bearish, but there's not enough volume on it, I don't think, for it to matter that much. Yeah, there's 0 DTUs. Just taking advantage of slightly overpriced calls. Could be like auction hedging. Might be trying to like hmm. Remember, when you're selling in the money calls, if price doesn't go up, your risk is effectively capped, right? You're getting like uh, I guess it depends if you're able to sell them for less or more than intrinsic value, but if spot stays the same, you don't really lose any money. But you do make money if spot goes down or you expect things to get pinned lower into close, I guess. Selling in the money calls is a bit weird. But it is like effectively a conditional short. It doesn't require the same. I mean, because it's so delta exposed, it doesn't require as much price action as like a bot put would need. Although you could effectively do the same thing with in the money bot puts. So maybe they're just trying to like rent the short delta. Hmm. So, I mean, effectively, if you were to sell like a 40 here, you really only lose money if close is greater than 40. Doesn't it affect the hedge? Yeah, a little bit, because if we fall, well, it pushes down the delta below spot, I guess is the best way to look at it. So say you have a bunch of delta under spot, like positive delta, that's acting as a supportive level. And the gamma on those strikes is negative. Well, if you sell calls there, you push the delta down, and it pushes the gamma negative. Which is slightly bearish. It's more bearish if those strikes then move out of the money. So if you sell in the money calls and they move out of the money, the effect kind of magnifies the downside move. What happens if Beyond crosses 3? This is gonna be like a dolphin jumping out of the sea. Great white off the coast of South Africa. Or maybe just like clipping a seabird with your speedboat. Hmm. Give me 1 sec. Yeah, gold's getting stuffed a little bit. But I'm sure there'll be dip buyers. Japan will provide some upward pressure on the dollar, which might stabilize the running gold. What is it? You shorted deep in the money puts, shorted deep in the money calls at the same time, then longed the underlying futures. So you're selling the carry and protecting your upside exposure? So, I mean, you're still long delta, just reduced. So you're collecting decay. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, I really hate being right about this just going up and fucking down all day. And in such a narrow range, too. Shitty. Bearish or bullish on SPY? Things get a bit more bearish if we lose 40. Not very, though. There's support at 30 and 20 to the downside. We'll check DMs. Nice, dude. See, a free call. Free call, free money. Look at Piton. Sure. Don't have anything there. Hmm. Okay. What do you want to know? Your long leaps. It looks like it's holding its trend for now. Sort of. Slipped it a little bit, but you need a new local high to confirm a reversal, which would be above 920. Looks like. Probably fairly important resistance around like 830 and 888. Seems like it's getting a bounce after briefly slipping the trend last week and on Monday. But that probably had more to do with market downside than anything else. So maybe just maybe look for the prior trend to be regained above 850. Some folks just hoping for a buyout. That makes sense. Hmm. It's really not much delta at 45 right now. So we need to move down, pressure 40, lose 40, and then price can start kind of moving again, but the most realistic outcome for today is getting caught somewhere between like 40 and 50 into close. How is Peloton still in business? They haven't killed any babies in a while. Hmm.
Kendra Wilson put their pickle in my jar. Pepino, why is it called taking a brown if you're really leaving a brown? If my back bussy could grab things, I would lose my wrinkle purse all the time. 5.
Hmm. Pepino, why is it called taking a brown if you're really leaving a brown? If my back pussy could grab things, I would lose my wrinkle purse all the time. Yep. No, I can't. That's how you know it's really from the heart, which I'm not sure that's a positive, but hmm. God bless this place. I feel like there's going to be some psychological support on gold around 4K, or when it gets back to 4K. So I don't think it's there yet. No. She's an important day. I'm assuming we're going to see Netflix subscriber numbers post market. Yeah. I don't think there's any reason besides maybe government employees getting laid off to see those subscriber numbers decline, though. They'd probably like to dump it at a higher price if possible. I think they'll be up on the YouTube TV and Hulu price hikes. Also, HBO hiked their prices today, too. Or yesterday, I think. Welcome to the low power hour. Yeah, this fucking sucks. Hmm. 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 I'm okay. Not to get all feelings, I just wanted to say I'm really appreciative of this community. It's fun to be able to talk with people about trading. It is. Hmm. Google actually breaking down from its ascending triangle. Big sads today on the OpenAI browser news. Yeah, that could continue to be a problem for it in the future. Was Bull finally doing something? I don't know. I don't think I'd buy a Chinese brokerage software company in the middle of a trade war. What's also on the screen, Mr. Gurk? Oh, we built an options data platform. What's up, GFAT? How you been, man? KView 16 end of day? That'd be cool. Over 67.45. Hmm. Let's go deeper. Oh, so you are buying beyond. Yeah, Hal's been moving up. Hmm. Oh, look, back to 40. Just getting stuffed at 50 here and not making new all-time highs. Change your outlook at all for the coming days. I mean, I think it'll keep getting harder for bulls to hold it up here as we get more and more realized vol on the Friday contracts. So, or more and more implied vol on the Friday contracts because there's quite a bit of event vol priced in, and put sellers are still fairly skittish. So we're not building up like a strong base of short puts yet. Um, Which, yeah, I mean, it makes it hard to hold this. We're getting a lot on the zero DTEs, which is helping pin price for now. But it's not. See how it's like not doing a very good job at pinning price. Like we keep failing and drifting low, and then bouncing back up and over and over. Um, that's because the dealers aren't really long gamma. They're just kind of neutral to short. Jan's really doing a Revlon here. How dare you? I don't I don't pick boring stocks, right? Hmm. Lose 40 at the end of the day. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, I hear you. I have 335 butterflies, so that'd be cool. Closing right here, probably. You see Upstart and Gamma Strike? Yeah, don't you have Gamma Strike? Oh, you mean like zero DT? No. Or like the like live? Oh. Hmm. Mm, 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 mm. Oh wait, that's not. Okay, I wonder what happens as we approach 55. 55 should be pretty bullish, or at least a breakout of 55 is. There's more gamma to the upside, or well, negative delta, and a little bit more gamma, but like breaking out above 55 is a pretty easy push for like gamma max. I don't think Upstart's gotten any more liquid, so yeah, you got plenty of negative delta out here, and then also out above 60. So Could even push as high as maybe like 65. Doesn't seem like there's a problem picking up more gamma to the upside. Is it possible for SPX to trade in a $6 range for hours? Well, there's a shitload of short calls above at 45 and above 45. And there's a shitload of short puts at 35, 40, and 30. Mm. Ah. Hmm. Are people not realizing the bond exchange that Beyond did? Pretty sure they are. I mean, the fucking stock's up like 200% in a couple days. 300%? 500. Yeah. Is that the price action advertised? I think it's just a short squeeze, but ten to 15% above Gamma Max. Yeah, that's reasonable. Where's Gamma Max on Beyond? I mean, actually, like $20 or something, because the vol's so high. Yeah, yeah, somewhere between like 25 and $40. Still has to get above 5 though, which is pretty hard. Yeah, very hard to get above 5. But there's older options interest that's further up on the chain on the leap expirations and shit that could drive things higher if Vega triggers hit. I think Gamma Max is 250 right now, but that's gonna shift. If Vega goes positive on the stock at 548, it could actually like squeeze, like really squeeze. It'll depend on capitulation. It'll depend on short interest. It'll probably depend on the buyers of its massive fucking dilution. It's fine to play it. I mean, just understand the risks. You were gonna go in there and massively overpay for options, most likely. There's very little way to manage the risk. I mean, you can do like synthetic longs if you think it'll squeeze or something, and then worst case you're out a couple $100 for your short put, but oh man, we are so back. Uh, we're something, that's for sure. Mm. Mm. Fuck, today sucks. Mm. Delta's falling off a bit into close, which is weird. Hmm. Oh shit. Damn. Hmm. Huh. Interesting little dump into close. Huh. Oh, motherfucker. Okay. That was weird. Bum, 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 bum. So I guess maybe the interesting thing here is that we closed a little bit below VWAP on the day. Yeah, I'm gonna be very interested to see if gamma neutrals on both chains move a bit closer to spot, because this looks like an awful lot of profit taking and repositioning for the downside. So yeah, let's look for like skew to steepen tonight. It looks like we saw some uh, continued drop in VIX. So yeah, I guess I would look for skew to steepen, and then maybe see if any of the gamma above spot grew, and then see if any of the supportive gamma under spot fell off. But boring fucking day. Yeah, very flat. Realized volatility obviously going to come down on literally doing nothing, and I think that's kind of the point here. It's just get realized vol crushed out before we go into the CPI print and the Fed decision next week. This puts us at 67, 66 on ES, still failing to get back to that all-time high, and definitely setting us up for a retest to the downside on a loss of 67.50 towards this trend that we just broke out of, and then given the time frame, maybe a retest of the prior week close around 6,700. Definitely failing to get any kind of substantial support today, though, for continued upside moves. Dollar continued to climb, which drove a pullback in gold on the news that Japan has elected its first female prime minister, who has a very, very loose fiscal and monetary policy outlook, reminiscent of the Abenomics days, to which she is a supporter. And obviously, that push down on yen, pushing back up on the dollar, opening up the carry trade a little bit. And then, but we're still seeing yields fall, which is a little bit strange, especially with the dollar now having some support to the upside. But gold sold off about 5%. We see silver down 7.65%. So really a ton of profit taking there. Oil, however, coming back in and pushing things up a little. Agricultural stuff pretty flat. We see that continued push and near-term correlation starting to fall off into the end of the day here alongside the 3-month correlation. That might be moving a little bit more after hours. We do have Netflix tonight. I don't know where they're sitting. Looks like they're down pretty heavily, which is interesting. Possibly subscriber losses or something. I'll have to look at what's going on. But right now, Netflix down about 6% in the overnight so far. So obviously missed on either revenues or EPS. Revenues were the thing that was estimated a little bit higher there. Not the biggest stock in NQ by any means, but definitely could be significant for other tech services. Still no significant move in bond vol. We don't see 3-month correlation turning back up yet. Forward yield on volatility falling to -6%. However, the 10-2 continuing to climb, now at 22.14, which isn't too far off of where it was when it spiked. So that bond volatility, like that, the bond demand is still pushing up demand for long vol. Carry trade looks pretty flat, which it shouldn't be, actually. We should see leverage picking up given the spread in the dollar and yen is widening. And the fact that we're not is maybe a little bit strange. There's a lot of strange things about this move. Big move up in skew, which could be short puts closing. but might also just be a lack of interest in long puts. Looks like 20-day moving average is roughly about the same as the 50. So breadth picking up a little bit yesterday, but I wouldn't say the improvements are really all that substantial, and still about 58% of the index over its 200-day moving average. But both moving up in line. I mean, we generally bullish would look like more and more stocks over their 20-day moving average, with the 50-day trailing, something like that, is the kind of move we would want to see. Right now they're about neck and neck, so and I don't think today moved that around too much. I know YM performed okay, but it looks like Russell, NQ, and ES all down in after hours here. Another decline in correlation between VX and cash VIX. But these aren't very steep declines. We're not seeing short vol just pile back in or anything and push back on that correlation. So we're seeing some short vol, but more stable, a stabilizing effect than any big, significant swings in short volatility. Looks like Fed fund futures continue to price up cuts in March and June, but looks like January is still pretty flat. 10-2s at about 50, starting to reinvert actually. And so we got SOFR at 4.16, IORB at 4.15. So the spread between the secured overnight rate and the Federal Reserve's IORB rate is just about 1 point right now, so not too much arbitrage there anymore. Looks like leverage continued to pick up a little bit today, but still below the prior high. And on the technical side of things, and we've got a lower high here and a slight rejection. I would still want to see us lose 6,700 to the downside to confirm that this is breaking down. However, this is not yet bullish. Over the last 2 weeks, I mean, we've got a moderate recovery, but this is still like bearish consolidation that has yet to have any kind of failure or retest the prior low or make a new low or anything like that. And so I would still say that 20 moving average is something to pay attention to. Falling back into it or falling below it, especially given Netflix's earnings tonight and possibly Tesla's earnings tomorrow, we might be able to see somewhere below that by the end of the week. And then if CPI is hotter than expected, removing some probability for Fed cuts at the October December meeting, then we could see some reigniting of volatility on the front end and more downside as we move into the negotiations at the APEC or Asia Pacific business conference, where Trump is supposed to be meeting with Xi and before November 1st's deadline. Yeah, and kind of most of the things from yesterday that were up today were pretty flat or down. Google losing a pretty significant chunk of market cap due to the announcement of the OpenAI browser. We see JPM pulling back about 174 points, Wells Fargo down, BlackRock taking a pretty big hit. So, some big moves in finance. Tesla down about 1% today. Amazon still kind of moving up a bit, but health technology also taking a little hit. And then some outperformance from Coca-Cola. Consumer non-durables pretty flat. Consumer services, like I said yesterday, starting to see some improvement. And so that might be one of those signs that we were looking for of some sector rotation on a bounce. That's somewhat interesting. I think Netflix might affect that a little bit, but we'll have to see what happens tomorrow. And then commercial services also doing pretty well here. Utilities, producer manufacturing, mostly down. 3M had a really good day. I think we talked about that a little bit yesterday too. And then, yeah, that was about it. So, beyond prolapsing to $4, still got to get above 550. But yeah, it's looking interesting. No problem, little orphan Danny. Thanks, guys. All right, everybody have a great night. I'll see you tomorrow. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.